Okay. I just put a lot of time into the description to show what I'm doing. The amount of classes that we have now. I also did describe something that doesn't exist yet. So I'm going to do that now, namely writing moving plot point to plot CS point. And then I'll have to fix every occurrence of these are just all the structs. I don't need this, sorry. So everywhere where I use a templated point, and then there's actually two options. Either it is CS plot, or it is by default set. All those lines need to be changed. Still didn't commit anything. Should have committed it when it compiled. I think at the moment it does not compile. That's exactly the reason why it did not compile. Yeah, this still, hopefully this is a .cxx test. So a mismatch between the types of the lambda of the fit of movable objects, I think. Probably also of the behavior. And I'm still not 100% sure what I want to do, actually. Well, no, I am, yeah. I want to turn these things into plot points. Yeah. And I think that the underlying code already requires that, so this should be a mismatch between the wrong type here in the lambda. This is more like a function. Why would I want to return plot points for the function? I don't want that. No, I don't want it. Let's have another look here. That point is just looking at, so it does not exist. I think that is not a using of for the plot point. Or did it go around already? Yeah. Okay, so it's probably this one. Point from cairowindow. That's good. Yeah, window doesn't have point. Actually, it's not a namespace. Right, so this is the right type, I think. Yeah, this is what I want to use. You don't want to use a plot point because that's about lifetime, visibility lifetime. This is more about the mathematics, and then done in a certain coordinate system. So you don't do the calculations here as pixels. You just do them in the plot coordinate system. But then without lifetime concerns, so that should be that type. So Bezier fitter is currently accepting or wanting an standard function for the wrong return type apparently. So it's just using point, and that point is the same as the point in Bezier curve, which is a math point. Yeah. Okay, so that is wrong. In a lot of cases, however, it should be correct. Well, actually, I almost only see standard function point here. We take a point, maybe this point. It's super unclear. Why would this be math points? Well, at some point I decided that math point is the best thing, but so we keep that as much as possible, except for the solve thing then. Okay, everywhere we have point double. It's using the wrong type. And we should be using just CS point, the cairowindow point. Yeah, of course. Should use cairowindow point, and we are in cairowindow, so point is the right thing, except that this one waltzes over it. So I probably should just put cairowindow in front of it. Is the case for all of them. Standard function point double. Yep. Substitute point double with a cairowindow. Too many CPUs, all with their own error. busy fitter error out of line definition of solve does not match any declaration. Needs a cairowindow in front of there as well. Can probably do the same thing. I'll have to select it first. Let's see how many point doubles we have. Four, yep. Yeah, I'm getting tired of just scrolling up. I might as well pick any that are there like a certain order. So if we just tick the one at the bottom, I think it is a race condition, but well, so is the one for the top. I should just compile with only one CPU, I suppose. Let's see how I did it last time. Well, I could use this. Make it 1. No, okay. So it's still Bezier fitter though. No matching constructor for initialization of vector. Oh yeah, this func now returns an cairowindow point, and apparently there's a problem with constructing the vector. Let's see, can it construct an implicit constructor? Yeah, blah blah blah. No known conversion from CS point CS plot. That is the one that I wanted now. So no plot here. To int, yeah, well, whatever. Really, it should be using this, I guess. Construct from point, yeah, which is a math type apparently. I would say this means I'm using the wrong vector type, or not. Kind of depends, I guess. Just have a look at what it is. On the other hand, I probably just want to use yeah, this is a math vector. This should be math vector. But my function returns plot coordinate. I think I'm just going to switch to the raw version then. .raw, dropping the knowledge about what a coordinate system is. Should add more comments. And with the constructor for initialization of point, so now it's again a math point, and this is then something else, again in behavior-stellen. That's also a function. P is a function returning a cairowindow point, which somehow sounds good. Oh yeah, I just added this in front of it. So we have the vector here is a math vector though. What? It's a bit strange to have two different coordinate system. Well, two different coordinate systems basically. Well, this doesn't have a coordinate system, and this one does, which is just strange. So what is being passed to T then? Maybe solve should already not accept. What on the other? Yeah. I need to know where solve is being called from. The third argument of this solve that is being called, and here it is also the third argument. And this one doesn't have it. This one also does not have it. This one does have it. It's called V here. What the hell is that, man? You don't even get there. Ouch. Shouldn't be too hard to recognize a call that passes two lambdas. This is just one lambda. Also just one. Can already see it there actually. It's just one, and then here's the end of the function. Same thing. Same thing. Yeah, these are lambda viewport calls. I can't see this one, but I have a feeling. Exactly the same thing. Yeah. Also viewport. Okay, yeah, it's just one. Blip. 61. Also just one. Also just one, and here's another one, which is at 45. Also just one. 44. Yeah. That's two lambdas. There it is. A call with a vector. What is this doing? I would say that it's using cairowindow vector, but I couldn't find it. I'm only using namespace cairowindow. This should be cairowindow vector. And where is that defined then? Let's try that again. Curve, jveta, plot. These are constructors for cairowindow CS vector. Class vector. That is a math. That is a mass vector. Utils vector. Something entirely different. That's it. There is no vector in cairowindow to make things even more complicated. If there was, well, we would have had a vector here, which I deleted. There's no vector anymore here. 171. No matching function is called to construct add, construct and place back, and budget fitter. Budget fitter takes yeah. Just construction of a budget fitter from a single thingy. It's just a function. Yes. Graph. Not just a function. Okay, anyway. That should work. It depends on the namespace is, so. Okay. Use of undeclared identifier direction. Shocking. Why is this happening? I think, well, you can't just multiply a direction with a half. Direction is just a direction. So this apparently before used to become a vector with this direction and that amplitude. I have a constructor for that. I turn on the light. What do we have? Change in behavior. Why? I guess the reason is... No, I can't think of any reason actually. Let's look at the source codes. Well, anyways, this direction is now a cairowindow direction. Okay, something heavy did change, namely we are coordinate system aware. Before maybe this was a math direction. I don't think anything else existed yet here. So apparently a math direction can be multiplied with a half, and the CS direction cannot. Let's first verify the first remark. Going to a math direction. To a math direction here, if that can be multiplied with a half, that would be in the operators. Direction, oops. No multiplication operator at all. Maybe the direction thing has free operators. You just look for operator star. What? Okay, in that case, it is going to look for... Oh, now I get it. Yeah. That's because I made it a friend. So before I had a free function, a binary operator free function that took two arguments, a binary operator, namely double and math direction, or well, whatever. Sorry, double and vector. And if then you try to multiply something and there is no multiplication operator for the directly available, it's going to look at all the candidates and then it would find the free function because it's just in the right namespace. And then it would say, okay, can I construct a vector from this direction? And it can. And that's why it compiled. But now it's no longer finding the operator star because that binary operator has been moved into the vector class as a friend, which means it will only be found by argument dependent lookup, which means that it will only be found if you pass a vector. Now I'm saying that, but yeah. So if you multiplying with the direction then doesn't work anymore because it just doesn't even see the operator star for multiplication with the vector. I think it's not necessarily a bad thing. It is interestingly enough a bad thing for stuff that has an implicit conversion to a vector. Yeah, I don't think that I should worry about that right now. So I have to add, I think, an operator star explicitly for direction. I'm not sure though. And if I go that route, then apparently I do want to have an implicit conversion to a vector. Might as well add that, at which point the operator star would still not be found. Or would it? I doubt it. Nah. I mean, a direction is a direction. It's not a vector. So, in the name of type safety, I shouldn't allow to go to confuse the two. If you try to pass a direction to something that needs a vector, it should not compile. Or should it? It's like almost the same thing. It's just like direction is just a vector, the length of one. There's not really that much harm in it to auto-convert it. To think of what kind of operations I want to allow on a direction as if it is a vector. this also defines X, Y, and Z, and the square bracket operator. But this one only has the const versions, of course. You cannot allow that to be changed. Here we allow it to be changed. And then the vector has a dot and a cross product. And we have a dot product, not a cross product for some reason. Then we have normal inverse and normal inverse. It does not have a norm or a norm squared, because that would be 1 anyway. As a point is also a bit weird. This none should never happen. Normalize is also nonsense for a direction. The rotations should be still there though. This one is called negate. Negate. I think that is a much better word than inverse. Oh, it's just wrong to call it inverse here. And normal is probably the rotation by 90 degrees. Inverse, inverse. The inverse is just a stupid name. It's a completely wrong name. It's the same as the rotation stuff. Why are these called normal instead of rotate? Minus yx. To rotate 90 degrees, it's the same as normal. Always n is 2. Well, this doesn't even require that n is 2. Okay, you can't add stuff because it changes the length. Same, but you, well, you actually, if you want to treat it as a vector, that it would have to be converted to a vector first. But this is a plus equal, so yeah, definitely no way that this is possible. And Operator minus. Division is not possible, but negation is. This is again negation. Could add that one. And then of course these. This is the one that we are missing at the moment, and then we have an adding two directions. Yeah, that's a bit weird. So I think this is indeed the only one that's really missing apparently. This allow conversion to a vector. And I take this one as well. Just vector type. And what else? We have a specialization of this thing, which then also needs those changes. Yep, here. What? I chase it. What is the underlying math type? Don't tell me that one has an inverse. I have to get rid of all inverses. what was this one? Yeah, negate also works in higher dimensions, of course. Well, the rotation you can only do in 2 dimensions. So that is a reason to call it negate instead of rotate 180 degrees, I have to admit. In the specialization I do require that NS2. Okay, this is the specialization. I was adding operators, I think 2 of them. Already added them here. To add it to the specialization as well. And then they were completely different, like probably I should look at the specialization of the vector ops. input vectors become vector ops, and output becomes the not yet defined vector int t. T is the scalar type. Then the inputs we are converted with eigen underscore. Thus, this is the vector type, but we don't have that yet. It's defined here. It's not. It's a direction type actually. So this becomes a direction nt, and then this must be a direction that nt, I guess, and this must be eigen. And this becomes vector type. This is now a direction type. That's the same thing then. No, wait a minute. I wanted to return a vector. I'll just try vector. And this is double length time with direction ops. It should still work. I have a constructor for this. That might be better. That is, if vector is already defined here. I'm not sure. Oops, there's no vector defined yet. Does vector include direction? That is the question. We're talking about math vector. Math vector includes no direction. No, it's for declared. Yeah, well, maybe then, you know, like very maybe we can include vector here. Oh, I wanted to go there. Yeah, so this is my math vector, and math vector. I'll go back again to math vector. And I had a constructor, which is in vector data, which takes direction and length. Direction, comma, length. That is basically what you want to do now. In principle, we would do comma length, but v2 is not a direction; it's a direction ops. Well, that's nonsense. Why would I have an ops in my specialization? For now, I think we can just use the real type because I'm not doing anything with it. I'm just passing it on to the constructor. And I should not call it v2. Let's call it t2. Direction. 2 as in the second argument of the binary vector, binary operator. Star. Length is the first argument. I think I'm done. At least we did a good attempt. 204. Okay, let's on 16 again first. Requires. Still not happy. No type named vector type. Yeah, so where is that defined then in derived types that is passed to direction? Or yeah, types direction. No, to direction ops. It's still weird to have direction type and derived type. So there must be another one. This is CS direction. What is the other one? And that's just the one. That is just the one that is defined in math. So I probably already added that. Yeah, I think I added it. Let's add it in this same. So just below direction type, we have vector type in a direction types thing. Oh, and I can just look at this. Probably just a different namespace. Line types, point types, vector types. Piece types, point types, vector data. Last one. Nothing. This direction types only has 2 of them. What? I have something in my throat. I mean, a virus. It's not feeling 100%. And it does use a scalar type. Or does it? Yes, it does. No member named length in line piece. Yeah, I don't know where those errors come from. Why would a line piece suddenly lose a whole member function? Was it is called norm? Maybe I just renamed it. Norm and norm squared now. Yeah, that's length. So I guess I just renamed it. Now we can find that, I think, if say I do, this is math line piece. You can go to math, and then we do a git blame on line pz.h, right? Grab git show no, here it's all, it was already called norm. It just moved. Yep, well, a previous commit, I'm gonna assume it's called norm now for some reason. I keep doing that. No matching constructor initialization of math vector from 2, which is now, just give me the type of form and 2. So we have a CS point. I'm trying to subtract 2 CS points. Why would that not work? That should end up in construct the raw vector from the raw points. Makes sense, doesn't it? Makes sense everywhere. Chosen constructor is explicit and copy initialization. the derived vector type. And this is raw. Yeah, I have to explicitly convert it. Again. I don't know. Same thing. Of course. No minimum length. Yeah. No, went from CS plot to plot point, and I can't read anymore now. CS point to plot point. Explain moved. Moved. Moved says that this thing here, plot Q, moved. Did it? Trying to fix something here. Just as easy. What happened? Okay, yeah. Error, invalid operands to binary expression, GS point and a vector, math vector. Label. Ooh, this is user code-ish. Yeah, I don't want to work. I don't want to do the role here. It's more like what type is the bisector direction, and then maybe that gets turned into a math vector by multiplying with it, which is then wrong. Is it direct? Oh, yeah, okay. No, then that should not be direction. I think this just should be. I think this should just work with plot stuff again. The line probably should also be removed, but I don't have a cairowindow line yet. Arc line direction. Okay, that's maybe silly. What happens if I do this, by the way? Just wondering. The same thing. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, maybe the explicit is correct. So I'll just make very clear that I want a direction. No major constructor initialization of line. There we go. The line. The dreaded line. Yeah, it's all the same. All the same. So we had a plot to create point, which now magically returns plot coordinates. So obviously this should return a line in plot coordinates, which doesn't even exist yet. So create a line called onPlot. Turns either a line piece or something else, depending on. This must be the line piece, of course. Foo is a line piece. So this one. And this line piece here should not be the math line piece. It should now be a plot line piece, I think. So here's what I did before. A create point returns a plot point. Then no discard, it gives it away. Yeah. Must be plot. And I'm going to change. Don't know if I already did that. Man, I made so many changes. It's hard to keep up. I'll add it here as well. Don't know if that makes a difference. Probably not. Starting to get weird now. What namespace is this? Plot. Unbelievable. Insane football. I'm having a tough time here with this arrow. No matching constructor for initialization of line. It doesn't help that it leaves out the namespace. I mean, it just repeats what is in the code. So then I have to understand from the code which type this is, which is not always very clear. Certainly not when there is an error. Could be that problem could be that this is the wrong line, right? But okay, maybe then if you keep reading, it becomes clear. Candidate inherited constructor not viable, no known conversion from. So we have a CS line piece as argument, apparently. Create line should return a plot line piece. I don't get it. Okay, so this is probably a CS line piece, and that is passed to create line. That will be the arcs then. I don't know which one. Choose a pointed layer, second layer. This takes a layer, a line style, and arcs. This takes a layer, a line style, and a line extent and arcs. I don't see a line extent, so it's probably this one then. Was a line piece. Sorry. This is the line piece, width extent. What? Create line. There's a layer, line style, line piece. 3 arguments. Layer, line style, line piece. It could pick this one. Looks like it would pick this one. I can create a line from a line piece, I suppose, but still. Yeah, if you want to use this one, you have to pass a line extend, which I'm not. So this is calling this one. And then the line is constructed from the line piece. And that's the line where I got the error, I think. 382. No, it's not. 399 is where I got the error. Well, that is the, well, actually, that is the where the create line is being called. Never mind that. So this line here is created from a CS line piece. See if that's even possible. It's not possible. No, it's not possible. Lost in translation, I guess. Hello, I'm struggling with one compile error in the middle of the 1,000 compile errors. Create line from foo. Definitely creating a line here from a line piece without pausing. Well, I don't know even what I want here. To see how bad auto is. You don't even know what you want. That's just a lifetime thing. It's not being used. Draw a vertical line from V up to a half. I would say I just want to draw the line piece, not a line through the line piece. So this should be a line piece. But I think it returns a line, not a line piece. So you're calling the wrong create line then. In order to achieve what? I'm not sure I would recommend following in my footsteps or living my life. But if the objective is to become a good coder or something, then yeah. give up your girlfriend, boyfriend. Stop with every other hobby. Become autistic so you can concentrate the whole day on one thing. And then start coding. In other words, don't do it unless you're just obsessively interested in what you're doing. Otherwise you will not be able to keep it up anyway. Create line. Okay, I think I have I still don't understand it, basically. That's it. This is the one that should be called. Nobody knows why we didn't jump here. Really strange. Layer line style arguments requires that this can be constructed. In that case, it would construct a line piece. And then the type of this line piece is, well, should be plot line piece. Let's make sure that it is correct. Plot line piece. I don't think that thing even exists. That's why things go wrong. Oh, it does exist. Well, okay. So that's the one that we want here. Now let's see if that had any influence on the compile error. Yep, there we have it. It was constructing a line. While we want to construct a plot line piece, well, no, I mean, The AI is going nuts. This is so difficult. Well, it caught something after only 2 minutes. It says that at cairowindow test quadratic BGA.cxx 399 the call plot create line second layer line style foo resolves to plot line returning overload in cairowindow plot 378. This one, which is indeed the wrong one because I want a line piece. Reason: the plot line piece returning overload in cairowindow plot.h302 is constrained with requires line piece args. Well, line piece is a cairowindow plot line piece with args is foo. Line piece is a cairowindow plot line piece. Guess that makes sense. 302. Yeah, that should be a plot line piece. The check becomes cairowindow plot line piece, cairowindow line piece, which is ill-formed. No constructor converting base cairowindow line piece to the derived plot line piece. And no implicit conversion route, so that overloads are not viable. Right. Thank you, AI. Yeah, let's have a look at point, because point is the most mature one. So we do the same thing with point. Then I'm trying to construct a plot point from a CS point, and that is possible explicitly. Good. That means that I'm going to do the same thing as for point. So all my plot stuff must be also able to construct from explicitly. From the base class. And I got caught off guard by this, and then was like, okay, apparently it's not doing it, but let's ask the AI, because it seems to be very knowledgeable when it comes to C++ standard things. Having something like yeah, I was surprised that this doesn't allow me to construct this line piece. Using base does not give you a construct derived from base object path via the base copy constructor. In your case, cairowindow line piece edge using cairowindow line piece. Line piece only inherits the ordinary constructors of cairowindow line piece. The default constructor the point constructor and the explicit constructor from math line piece. I don't even know if I want that one. Okay, it does not introduce a plot line piece key and then line piece const reference. What isn't dragged in? Yeah, dragged in was, well, whatever, inherited. The base. It's funny though that it repeats my phrase. It's kind of cute. The base copy constructor is not inherited, and the base move constructor is not inherited. More generally, any base constructor that would become a copy move constructor of the derived is not introduced by inheriting constructors. Yeah, but it's not any longer a copy constructor, of course, if it takes the base class as a argument. But okay, so without any explicit converting constructor like explicit etc. you can't form. Okay. Well, yeah, bit vague because but okay, so the move constructor obviously is also not inherited. Do we have to do that ourselves? Like this. And then for everything in namespace plot, every class. And all those classes have a draw object. Let's find them by draw object, or maybe friend class plot could also be used, probably. Too much. This is what the one I just did. And now we have to do that one as well. And everything, I think, at least everything that looks sufficiently like something in namespace plot. This one already has it. Should be explicit. This one also has it, but also not explicit. And here we do have a move constructor. Do we not want to have a copy constructor here? Why not? We must already have it. Just really the line piece was just missing that thing. Though almost none of them are explicit. I'm not even sure anymore if the explicit is really what you want, but I think it is. Although, the only reason I can think of is that was to avoid accidental construction, since this is wrapping a shared pointer. So an accidental thing would be a bit floaty, but yeah, if you construct it like this, it's just going to be a null pointer anyway. You need to explicitly call create draw object or something like that on it anyway. So this is maybe not that much danger or problems with not having an explicit. No. Maybe it doesn't hurt. Let's try it. A line. Whole line has it, but a bit higher than the others. It was already explicit. Yay. And this is what we just added. And now nobody knows where we are. In plot.h. Okay, so there is a friend class plot here. Slider. Curve. Yeah, they have draw objects. Suppose I could add it here as well, because it has all the characteristics of the others, but a little bit more as well. I'm not sure. It was a pretty hard to compile error, so if I don't add it and then later someone runs, well, nobody's using my code. But if everyone into the same compile error again, will it then remember like, oh no, of course, the explicit constructor is missing from curve. Slider isn't even derived from something. This one is. Yeah, I don't know, man. Not going to do it. Too unclear. Or am I going to do it? Okay, I'm going to do it. Okay, this one. Then explicit curve. Cairowindow curve. Constructs reference curve. Like all the others. Point should already have it. There it is. Point has it. Oh, here I put it above the using because yeah, I like this better than having it in the middle, obviously. Which is then maybe a reason to change all the others to have the same order. We have maybe other constructors and then the explicit constructor and then us finally the using one. So the using must be at the bottom now. I'm going to change that for all the others as well. Using at the bottom, explicit. Next, that was the last one. Okay, let's go back. The using at the bottom, so like that. Is that the wrong window or something? Oh. Well, we have a different error. No viable conversion from lambda to standard function, etc. Yeah, I think this one should take the plot point. So it's a bit surprising then that these are not plot points, apparently. From lambda add to standard function plot point. So my lambda is not having the correct types, I think. Types that it has is point. Yeah, it's not a plot point. And then return something. I'm not sure if that is the correct type. Well, it says plot here, so plot something is plot coordinates, and then if you add something, it can possibly go to a different coordinate system. So let's just try it like that. Oh, use of class. Okay, yeah. Well, it's about time that I run into that. Yeah, you will read the description, then you will see that I intended to make this point here actually without template parameters. by moving the one that we currently have in plot to plot.cs, which is a new namespace, especially for draggable stuff. Well, point, that's and then this can remain a plot point with the way I want it. This is also a very big change. I should definitely commit somewhere, but I'm not, because I'm stupid. So I do grab sources for definitely about points. Let's look at plot point. So this should be changed. Yes, not even that much. Let's begin with fixing the declarations, the definitions of that class. It should live in plot, I suppose, somewhere. So it is plot. Sorry, I was looking for points. It's not in plot. It's in point here. Yeah, point.h. So this thing is a template, and let's get rid of the default and move it to CS inside plot. That is still point CS, point CS. The specialization of 4, yeah, also still point CS. And then we close the namespace. And then I want to have a using point in namespace plot equal to CS point CS plot. Now this new namespace, so nobody's using this yet. This is the only place where we are using CS point here, and only using it with a lot of things are going wrong, but I think it's pretty clear from the compiler what the problem is. However, we might, if you can, every time I recompile takes a minute or something. So that would be like, yeah, let's try. Hoe zeg je dat in het Engels? De compile ergens voor zijn. I don't know what it is in English. This is in namespace plot, and we can. This is in namespace plot already. I'm doing a for declaration now of this thing. Is that even needed? Probably. Oh, because this is, oh yeah, because this is a for declaration, we probably don't know about point at all yet. About the using that I just added. So yeah, let's forget the for declaration. This should just be named like that. which means that now plot CS point exists, which means that this one is going to pick the same type, because that is not what I want. So this should be cairowindow CS. There might be no confusion anymore with what plot is. But if I don't type plot in front of it, then I might get confused myself. Yeah. Hi Ninja. Why do we have a plot point here and... Oh, that was an auto. I think I just... No, it wasn't. Oh, why, oh, why? No, yeah, whatever. This one must be gone, and then... It should be all okay. Oh yeah, you too. Happy New Year. Did we not say Happy New Year in on Discord somewhere? Oh, no. I guess we didn't. $600. Doing very difficult stuff. Oh, I did. I had not noticed that you missed it, so no problem. I can't even remember it. Did I wish you? Let me have a look on Discord. Oh, the Merry Christmas. Yeah. Well, I missed your message as well. You said, how have you been? How's life? I hate those questions, but I had not seen it, I guess. And then 2 months later, I saw she also wanted to wish you Merry Christmas. It happens. Yeah. Plot point. Oops, let's not do that. Maybe it's faster if I just look for a point like that. Because there are a few in this file. There's a danger now that inside namespace plot I'm using CS point or CS whatever. Well, no, CS point. It's the only one that's defined yet. Which now suddenly becomes a different class. So I have to search for that as well after this. I did all the plots. Well, there was only one left. I did many more. What the hell? Seriously? You ask ChatGPT who is Carl Hood? Now I'm curious what it said. I'm not the only Carl Hood in the world anymore. I used to be. Man, in the beginning of the internet, if I did a search on Google for Carl Hood, I got several 100,000 hits. And now it has changed to, I don't know, I hardly exist anymore, and you get pictures of scary men. It's like, I don't know, they hijacked my name. But ChatGPT is not confused. It just knows that it's, oh, you're talking about a programmer code. Why is it? Oh, I already edited that one. Oh, the plot.h was edited. Yeah, no, of course. Yeah, okay. Let's quickly go to quick graph. Delete that one. There's more of those. Nope. 32. This one. There's a. Window. There was more in window. And then we go to the .h, which is basically the same thing, but then the declaration. So there must be another one. Yep. And then the coordinate system. Now that is CS. No. Wait, yeah. That is CS, and that was moved, so that should be like that. And this is cairowindow CS, so that's not to be confused with now cairowindow plot CS point. But these could be confused now because, well, depending on the namespace that we are in. So the namespace is not plot, I think. Coordinate system? No, probably not plot. Using namespace cairowindow even, so that should be an yeah. Let me test it anyway. Detail cairowindow. Okay, so we are inside cairowindow, and I'm using namespace cairowindow. I'm brilliant. I'm gonna delete this. Yeah, it's just it looks scary. Yeah, you know, if I had not deleted this and then committed it, then after my death, this code would appear on overhead projectors, and then they would point in it and say, "This is where it started. The onset of Alzheimer." He's using namespace cairowindow inside namespace cairowindow. Hey Lance, Happy New Year. Or did I already say that? In that case, Happy New Year 2027 as well. What was I doing? Yeah, 90. We go there, and then we find a centered thing, so that it must be CS now. And a lot of others. Oh no, this is CS. Oh, the other one had to be plot. Check my Discord. Oh, for a second I thought I confused you with someone else, but now it appeared. It was a delay. Well, I don't like the first sentence. I'm not even going to read it out loud. Did ya? But then it says 1. Carlo Wood, software developer programmer. And I also don't like the last name. Why did you paste this? Damn it. Well, yeah, I guess I'm not. I mean, not. I mean, I'm not Linus Torvalds, right? I mean, it's just not. It's just not. I'm not a famous. I'll read it out loud. This Carlo Wood, well, I don't think, no, not any Carlo Wood then. This Carlo Wood is not a widely famous public figure. Okay. Well, can't change that anymore, I'm afraid. Beep, 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 beep. Yeah. Maybe I should confront the ChatGPT with this. Dude, I say, we have been talking every day for the last 2 years. And then you tell my friends that I'm not famous. If I tell you to go on your knees, you do it. Well, I never tried that. Maybe it says I don't have knees. Where are we? Quit. Undo. Redo. See, this is in plot. It looks all good. It looks all good. I trust my past self and just write it. Otherwise, I'll have to look at my own stream. I actually did that. I have been looking a whole day at my own streams in order to find what the F I was doing before. Because I rounded off some task and then I had to... I just forgot completely what I was doing before that. So I've been looking my own streams until I finally found that I was working on this. Yeah. Which I also had forgotten. Math point, intersection point, math point, my point, math point, GS point, GS point, math point. I think we have gone around. And that was the last. So we do it again. Nothing. Yeah, that was definitely important, I think, to immediately look for every file that has a namespace plot in it. Which is unfortunately nothing. I wish the editor could open these things at the correct line number. If anyone knows how to do that, because it opens the first one at the correct line number, but the next one is just opens the file and there is no line number, which really sucks. Let's see, namespace plot, and then the question is, am I using CS point in this namespace? And I'm not. So I do next, and now we're not on namespace plot. But we can do namespace plot here, of course, and then we find it anyway. And there is only one, and then we can look for the point, and it's not there. So next, namespace, there's only one, search for point, not there. Might as well do that immediately. There is no CS point. Then there is also no point to look for namespace plot. Next, there is one, and this is a namespace plot, but it is plot itself. So that's good. And here I already put cairowindow in front of it. Okay. Point, that is outside the plot namespace. Next. Not found, CS points. Well, that's going fast. So I already had it, found it. Oh no, there's another one here. Namespace plot, but oh, that's a whole namespace CS itself, and then refers to itself. Aha! So it definitely needs changes. Yeah, and everywhere else as well. Zip. Yeah, maybe I should just call it base or something. Next. Now what? Oh yeah, Node.js point next. Node.js point next. Oh, that was the last one. Oh, Ninja, I bought 2 more YubiKeys. They will arrive in a few days. Did you order your YubiKey yet? And now you're on YouTube, right? So I have to say I'm not sponsored. Unknown template name line. Is that because now we have a... Oh boy. So I have to change every CS in the namespace plot files. Yeah, it looks ugly, but I don't care about ugly, as long as the user code stays clean. Hi, Magpie. I think we're already around. Okay, well, there wasn't that much change then. Exactly only the one that I just ran into. External template and declaration variable point. That thing was moved to plot.cs. error out of line definition of move does not match any declaration in cairowindow plot cs point cairowindow cs plot void point cs plot moved plot point to plot cs point cs plot const reference new position. Oh boy. But then how did I miss that? This is a file out of line definition, error out of line definition, point defined here. Out of line definition. Oh, this is the out of line. Yeah, so the inline is the this one. And don't tell me that that doesn't have a namespace plot. See, it does. Well, including that. So this should have been, this is cairowindow point.h, and now I want to see it. I was editing cairowindow point. To editing that file does end up here, and then I have been searching for a CS colon, and then I found it. Oh, and then I saw all the cairowindows in front of it, and I thought it's probably okay, but it wasn't, because there is one thing left. Okay, now I'm confused. This one is missing. Yeah. Const cairowindow point, aka no namespace. No, there's two of them depending on the namespace. No, that's not that. Tell me where. What is the problem here? No viable conversion from a point to point. Yeah, okay. Well, this is a math point, which we will recognize because of the 2. And this is now cairowindow point. This is CS point. Plot create point. That should take plot points. So what is the problem then? P0 is not a plot point. What's the error? Yeah. So the problem is that P0 is a math point. It should have been a plot point. And what is capital P? It's too short, that's what it is. Oh, it's a member of result. Result I even, which is defined here. So we have a vector of Bezier curves. We run over that. Now for a given Bezier curve I can call P0. Yeah, Bezier curves work with math points, that is true. I made a decision consciously or deliberately, what is the term? But maybe I shouldn't have, as in this is an accessor. We could just convert it back to a plot point. It also accepts that as no, it even accepts math points. Like as in here it does. Yeah, so then the problem is type safety. I create a point and I want to be sure that we know that these are plot points, plot coordinates. If you just have math points and you don't know what a coordinate system is. So a create point from a math point is dangerous. I think, yeah, damn it. P. So actually this one. Okay. not the plot point. That's being created here. Guess I missed those, yeah. How many of these do we have? Just one. Aha, okay. And then she has column. That's it. To be no problem. Then again in that plot thing, I also have to look for points like that. Yeah, but I did a job interview in the past somewhere, and the interviewer asked, do you dislike if you get compiler errors? I was really taken aback, because I don't think you can be a coder without non-stop fixing compiler errors. It's just my way of coding, basically. I use compiler errors to steer me and fix my code. And these are not typos. No, I'm refactoring. So I'm changing something at the core, and then that gives a cascade of compile errors, and then after fixing those, everything works again. Then you really make use of the type safety, object orientation and stuff of C++. So it's a good thing. No type named point in cairowindow plot. Well, yes, there is. Maybe not in slider. Why would that not be defined in slider? Draw slider. that's the one. Just define the point.h. But this is draw. Ah, it's slider. Come on, I can include points here. Oh, wait a minute, that doesn't fix it. Oh, does it? Oh, it should actually, yeah. Oh well. No while conversion from lambda at plot points, aka and gone is the plot. The namespace. Draggable. What is it? From 2. From 2. I think this looks good. So the lambda would be wrong. The lambda is taking a plot point, and then it should be returning a plot point. And I was thinking that that is going to be the case, but apparently not. Must be a lambda that takes a plot point, a const reference to a plot point, and returns a plot point. And it takes a const reference to a plot point, that's clear. So the return type is wrong. And I don't get why this is not automatically correct. Well, this is the right type, I think. So maybe this is the wrong type, which is, that should not be. Should not be. This should be the right type. Okay, let's begin with forcing the return type. So at least we know that the error is not somewhere else. Let that thing return a plot point. Yep, it's not. So the function return type is now set to plot point, and it says that this gives us a derived type, aka nobody knows which point it is. Unknown namespace, cairowindow CS3. So we also don't know what CS that is. But plot is 4, I think. So. Do we have the bloody auto again? This should really create a plot point. Well, let's get rid of the auto because it's annoying now. Plot point. And then I probably also want to know what this is. Comma. Oh, this is the same thing. Okay. Now. What about now? Still, no viable conversion from returned value of derived type, aka 0.3. Is 3 my plot then? But then what namespace is this in? Maybe I should switch compiler, because it gets annoying that I don't see the namespace. I think that's what I'm going to do. Print environment. My environment says that the top project is at there. Slash inf.compiler. And we are going to switch to GCC instead of Clang. Probably should have done a make clean first. Too late. Oh, maybe not. I can still make clean. And then we can do make Now we have an error. Could not convert way much more information. Let's see. Could not convert math point ops cairowindow CS point types cairowindow CS plot pointer cast to the plot p gamma pointer to the plot p gamma plus 16. Yeah, okay, I lost it there. But okay, that this pointer is probably just a math point ops base class. It's the data comes first. The data point data is size 16. So the point ops of that still using cairowindow point types with cairowindow CS plots. Operator plus and then we have passing to that. Yeah, wait a minute. What is before the? This is not a binary operator. Well, it's a member function, I guess. So the plot p gamma is the class in front of it. Totally CS plot. Plus whatever this is returning. Star circle radius and CS direction. CS plot. Being passed plot gamma cairowindow plot CS point. It does not make any sense whatsoever. Looks like a compiler error bug, basically, in the way it reports this error. No. It's the same thing there. Now it gives me the type. The result of that is this. Which is cairowindow CS, so that there's no plot inside anymore. To cairowindow plot point. Yeah, okay, I'm getting it. So that's why it's not compiling. The question though is that I thought that this would have been the same type as in cairowindow plot. You're not CS. Yeah, so applying operators on plot point should have a derived type also in namespace plot. There is something wrong with how plot point is defined. Ugh. Plot point is plot CS point, which is just defined as something derived from CS point. Oh. Yeah, that doesn't preserve the type at all. Okay. That actually makes sense, yeah. Because everything in plot is still, you know, keeping stuff alive. So if I would construct, if I would add a point and a vector, a plot point and a vector, and I would get again a plot point, that would then immediately be something that has to be drawn. Well, it should point also to something that is drawn. And that's just not the case, so it's probably better to just drop that. And indeed only return this as type. Treating the input as a const, obviously. But not returning a plot point, which is, yeah, should be allocating memory and stuff. So I'm going to add a comment because it's not super trivial. The whole being derived from is wrong, actually. That reveals these operators as well. Or do they? Probably not, actually. Yeah, for now, adding a vector and or direction. Adding and or subtracting a vector and or direction to or from this point class returns a cairowindow cs point cs. Object outside of namespace plot. Okay, the reason for that is that these objects inside namespace plot represents a plotted point. Doing calculations with it does not magically plot those as well. Thus, it becomes suddenly dubious that we do a calculation here in the lambda. And it becomes very, very dubious that that would return a plot point, because, well, that is the result of a calculation, which we have a good reason not to want. So this should not return a plot point, it should explicitly return a CS point. Which it does. But then a register draggable doesn't work anymore. Let's see if we get then the correct compile error now. Did you? Oh fuck! Really? CS point. First point. Yeah. So now we are back at that. The lambda itself cannot be converted because, thank God for this compiler, it is showing actually types. The lambda defined in main that takes a plot point and returns, and the return type is gone. Yeah. Okay, we all see the return type here, but it would have been nice if it told me what the return type was here. There's a lambda taking, it doesn't tell me what the return type is. Dude, why not? Stupidity. Standard function, cairowindow, CS point. That is the return type. So the no, it's the plot CS point is currently required as the return type, but that's nonsense then. So now I have to go to whatever the function is demanding or requiring or expecting. That's definitely the best word. Expecting. So that would be register draggable. It should be expecting. Plot point is input, but CS point is output, or just point if we are in namespace. I'm looking for. We are namespace plot. Okay. In that case, I'm just going to do. Let's play it safe. Well, let's save. This must be done. Cairowindow CS I'm not sure if K on the point exists at this point. In plot, yeah, it should exist. I think it exists if draggable is included, which is here included. So just K on the point is the return type here. And then, yeah, that goes all over the place again, because this is then moved to draggable restrictions and so on and so on. So we are looking for all the standard functions that return some kind of point. But we don't know what the namespace is, so just search for everything that has, before the opening brace, I guess, or opening parenthesis. So anything but an opening parenthesis point. And then, yeah, not taking a double. So this is probably not interesting. And this one is already fixed, and that one too. It's only to the left. It's not much. And then, of course, the lambdas that are being passed to that, which you can find by looking for the function calls itself. Holy moly. Most of them already return a point. Now that's interesting. But they also take it. In most cases, yeah, that's dubious, I guess. This is not going to work better. Better put. I think I cannot compile this. Let's try that. Just to make. Oops. Cannot convert. Okay, we just spent an hour on that one, so I still should be able to know what it is. Oh. What? Cairowindow is CS point times derived type, aka CS point, yeah. 2 plot CS point. Dus no, someone wants a CS plot point and we don't have it. And I find that reasonable. What in the actual? takes a plot point. No, it takes a point. It takes a CS point. A plot CS point. Yeah. Which is because move draggable is taking that. Yeah. It is constructing it actually. Oh. Maybe I should accept a normal thing and then construct it in here. And then, what is it done? Where's my lifetime then? New position. New position. Here. To moved. Moved. What? Mind-boggling. No. Oh yeah, this is plot. So this is this object here. Is the one that keeps the lifetime alive. We just update the position. But I think it's a temporary. So that must come from the fact that we pass it to add point here. As to this. Point takes a plot point. I think it doesn't do anything. Doesn't add it either. Plot point. Create draw object. Yeah. Just commented out, but this then, so we pass the thing in and then we do create a draw object right here on it. But the lifetime is still determined by the object that is being passed in, if you ask me. So this must be a plot point. Why is that const? Is create draw object mutable? Const, oh, it's a const, and then draw object is mutable. Right. Yeah, so this object must have the lifetime, which is the one that we call moved on, which is draggable, which is passed as first argument to the moved draggable, not the position that is being passed in. This is the actual draggable, and it's just updated with this position. So this can be a CS point as well. I think. Or just point. window move draggable. This also becomes a pointer, doesn't it? Oh, the shop closed. There's another shop still open. Have to walk a little bit further. So I should leave. To get food. Otherwise you don't have anything to eat. Get error cannot convert a point create slider into the point to extended function CS point CS point. This is one from what? Lambda, oh here's a lambda, okay, yeah, there's still a plot here. And the lambda is defined, that's probably this line then. Point. I guess we're in namespace plot here, or something. Namespace is plot, indeed. Cannot convert. Still plot here. Draggable set position should also take an cairowindow CS point. Instantiation, I got it from here, error, marked override, but it's not override. Yeah, I don't know. Set position. Who is doing the set position stuff and why is it out of sync? Well, I know why, but set position. That should be CS point. It should be cairowindow point really, which is maybe not defined yet. It totally is defined, like literally here. Go to the CS point plot. It's the same thing, it's just point. Yep. This cairowindow draw, so we are outside plot, so I can safely use point. And then here the same thing really. In slider, yeah, just going to do that. And this is in namespace plot, yeah, plot CS even. But I forgot where I was. What? Oh, there, of course. Yeah, never mind. I just changed this one. Looks totally already changed. This is inside. Oh, wait a minute. No, this is inside namespace plot. We should be using cairowindow point now, and this one as well. So why is this not updated? Cairowindow. Point. All the new positions are now just cairowindow points. New position is the point here, which is probably the right one. This is where I came from. Yep, and there was one that I skipped, though I have no idea what. Probably not this one. Although reference. Nobody gets it. Cairowindow point cons reference. Point cons reference. Cairowindow CS point CS plot cons reference, but it is the same thing. And new position. Okay. I don't know. Let's try a compile again. Yeah, now we have the same problems as moved, but there's still also still this one. That is weird. Okay, it takes a draw point. Yeah, that's not correct. There's also a draw point, of course. Being inside draw, I should use a cairowindow point, and here as well. Cannot convert cairowindow point to cairowindow plot. So now there is a what? There's literally past to apply restrictions. I had to go because yeah, otherwise I don't have any time to walk around in the shop. I'll be back in